Good morning and welcome to session 1 of day 5 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships in Los Angeles. We're going to start things off today with women's team sprint, crown a few new world champions, and then proceed to men's sprinting action, starting with the 65 to 69 plus and going up to the 75 plus. We'll have 200-meter qualifying in the early morning part of our session. We will proceed through the 1/8 and quarter finals as well. In the middle of our session this morning, we are going to have 2 qualifying heats for the 50 to 54 men's points race this evening. So once again, team sprints, match sprinting, and points race qualifying coming up here in session 1 of day 5 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships in Los Angeles. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of racing. Our first team up will be the Computer 8R team. Raja McMahon, Brittany O'Neill, and Gina Vaselli. We should have hashtag pedal 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 in the ready area. They'll be the second team up in heat 2 of 5. Top 3 will go to the podium. Fastest time in these 5 heats will become world champion. Once again, this is a timed final for the women 35 to 54 team sprint. Once again, in a team sprint, there are 3 riders. Each rider leads for 1 lap and then pulls off. 1 rider completing the full 3-lap distance. Time taken off of that 3rd rider. Once again, I'd like to thank our volunteers for helping out in yet another session of our racing. So if you see somebody in a green shirt, thank them. And heat 1 of 5 is off and underway. The Computer 8R team will be setting the times to beat. .24.3 opening lap. 40.792 at the 500. And setting the time to beat a 59.083, the computer 8R team, 59.083. Coming on track now, heat 2 of 5, hashtag pedal, 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 Debbie Capewells, Susanna Doyle, and Christy Howells. And heat 2 off and underway, pedal, pedal, pedal. New fastest opening lap at 23.358, 23.358 opening lap for hashtag pedal, pedal, pedal. Second fastest at the 500 meters with a 40.917. Can they pull it back? Second fastest with a half lap to go. Top 3 to go to the podium. Pedal, pedal, pedal finishes with a new best time, 58.993, 58.993. Difference 0.09 of a second. Coming on track now, heat 3 of 5, CFC, Elise Traylor, Sarah Agnew, and Monique Snyders. And heat 3 of 5 off and underway, CFC. Second fastest opening lap of the 23.364, only by 6/1000ths of a second, however. All of these teams very closely matched. At the 500 meters, they're up by a second, 39.599. New best time, CFC 55.627. 48.5 kilometers per hour from a standing start, putting 3 seconds by the end between themselves and Pedal, 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 the computer radar team on the bubble. Coming on track now, heat 4 of 5 for the North Dakota. Debbie Milne, Julie Peterson, and Kami Cornerly. And I've been informed that Team 922, the computer radar team, has been relegated for an improper exchange. They are off the bubble and in last place. In the team sprint, there's rather stringent regulations about when riders can pass each other on the home straight, where the pass needs to be complete and such. Heat 4 or 5 off and underway. Fastest opening lap so far, 22.499. Second fastest at the 500 meters with a 40.030. And finishes second fastest so far with a 57.670 with one team remaining. So CFC and for the North Dakota guaranteed medals. Pedal, pedal, pedal on the bubble as we bring up heat 5 of 5, just legit enough. Jennifer Wagner, Emily Schellberg, and Kimberly Zubris. Should have riders for our next 3 heats. Well, our next heat in the ready area on deck: Helen Clark, Sarah Stearns, Jane Shearing-Skalak, CPK, Pat Murray, Carlene Ron, and Charlene Yarnall. You'll be up next. And then in heat 3 of the women's 55 plus, hashtag Live Out Loud, Gwen Afton, Beverly Cheney, and Diane Percy. That is our next event, the women's 55 plus team sprint, as we finish up heat 5 of 5 in the women's 35 to 54 team sprint. And heat 5 of 5 off and underway. Fastest opening lap of the 21:3:26. Fastest at the 500 with a 38:143, about a second advantage over CFC if they can hold it. Quarter lap to go. New best time, championship time, 54:400, 49.6 kilometers per hour, just legit enough. Going to the top step of the podium, CFC silver medal, and for the North Dakota bronze in the women's 35 to 54 team sprint. Let's give a big round of applause for all of our competitors, 35 to 54. Coming on track now, heat 1 of 3 in the women's 55 plus team sprint final. In heat 1, the young and the rest of us, Helen Clark, Sarah Stearns, and Jane Shearing-Scalak. Heat 1 should be on track now. Clark, Stearns, Shearing-Scalak. We should have Murray, Braun, and Yarnall on deck. Remember, the objective is to be fast. Men's 65-69 sprint qualifiers, you're going to be up after these 3 heats. You should be through bike check at this time, so if you have not gone through bike check, please proceed to bike check. Men's 65-69 200-meter qualifiers. You'll be lining up on the back straight after these 3 heats of women's 55 plus team sprints. This is heat 1 of 3 on track right now. Should have heat 2 on deck. 1 of 3 off and underway, the young and the rest of us. They will be setting the time to beat. Positions on the podium to be determined by the relative times. Opening lap split 30.183, 30.183. Helen Clark leading the second lap. 500-meter split of 51.464 as world champion in the 500-meter. Sarah Stearns rides anchor leg. And the time to beat will be a 1:12.260, 1:12.260. Coming on track now, CPK. Charlene Yarnall, Pat Murray, and Carlene Ron. Wonder where they got their team name. And it appears that will be the starting order. Charlene, Pat, and, Charlene, Pat, and Carlene. And CPK, heat number 2 of 3, off and underway. Off to a nice fast start. Best opening lap so far in this age group, 24.600. Fastest at the 500 with a 42.069. 42.069, fastest so far at the 500 meters. We will see a new best time. New best time, 59.768. 59.768. For Team CPK. Coming up next, heat 3 of 3, hashtag Live Out Loud, Gwen Afton, Beverly Cheney, and Diane Percy. Once again, men's 65-69, 200 meters, you'll be up next. Men's 70 to 74, you're going to follow, and then the men's 75 plus. Heat 3 of 3 off and underway. Fastest opening lap so far, a 23.947. Fastest at the 500, 42.008. Only 600ths in the lead coming into the final quarter lap. New best time, championship time, 59.514. Hashtag Live Out Loud, first place, CPK, silver medal, and the Young and the rest of us bronze in the women's 55-plus team sprint. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our 55-plus women team sprint finalists. Coming up next, the men's 65 to 69 sprint. We should have the first 5 riders going up the back of the track right now. Juan Ortiz, Mike Tillman, Jean-Pierre Guinevere, Michael Evans, Steve Cronshaw, Steve Small, Robert Pellegrin, Jim Alvord, Rich Voss. You are going to be the next couple up after that. Once again, whatever heat you're in, we want to have about 5 riders on deck as we go through the 14 heats. Top 12 riders will qualify for the 1/8 finals. The others will be ranked according to their qualification time. Men in the 70 to 74 sprint qualifying, you will be up after the men's 65 to 69, and so you can be heading through bike check, getting that taken care of. And our first competitor is on track, rider number 175. Juan Ortiz of Guatemala. It's 3.5 laps that get pushed off on the back straight, come around, see 3 to go. They'll be timed over the final 200 meters of their final 250-meter lap. There's the 200-meter line. Juan just crossed it. It crosses the track about 2/3 of the way through the turn at the north end of the velodrome. On the balustrade, it has the number 200. So you see the riders ride up the 2 stories of Siberian pine banking, pick up speed, and then come down that banking, hit that 200-meter line, start the clock. Again, 14 heats, top 12 qualify for the 1/8 finals to follow. Juan Ortiz of Guatemala will be setting the time to beat, hits the 200-meter line. .7335 at the 100 meters. Sets the time to beat with a 14.624, 14.624. And we remind our match sprinters that 2 numbers are required in the sprints. Mike Tillman of the United States on track now for Heat 2 of 14. Looking to beat the 14.6 of Juan Ortiz. Hits the 200-meter line. Fastest time by more than a half second at the 100 meters with a 6.645. Finishes with a new best time, 13.504. 13.504. On track now, Heat 3 of 14, Jean-Pierre Guinibert of France. New best time at the 100 meters by 0.4 of a second, a 6.212. New best time, 12.495, 12.495. First rider under 13 seconds. Juan Ortiz now on the bubble as Heat 4. Michael Evans of the United States comes on track, rider number 162. Sorry, Ortiz is not on the bubble. He's only third fastest. The top 12 will qualify. Evans starts the clock. Second fastest at the 100 meters with a 6.568. Finishes second fastest of the riders so far with a 13.254. 13.254. Rich Voss to the back straight. Rich Voss to the back stretch. Your heat's coming up momentarily here. On track now, Heat 5 of 14. Steve Cronshaw of Great Britain. Steve Cronshaw of Great Britain on track now. Good bit of speed coming into the start. New best time by a 1/4 second with a 5.955. New best time, 12:087, 12:087 from Steve Cronshaw. Heat 6 on track now, Steve Small of Great Britain. Rider number 180. Riders are paired according to their qualifying times in the 1/8 final. Fastest going up against 12th fastest, second place against 11th fastest, so on. So there is an advantage qualifying as quickly as possible in an easy pairing or easier pairing in the 1/8 finals. Steve Small of Great Britain starts the clock. Third fastest at the 100 meters with a 6:402. Finishes third fastest of the riders so far with a 12:984, 12:984. On track now, Heat 7 of 14, rider 176, Robert Pellegrin of the United States of America. Pellegrin starts the clock. Fifth fastest at the 100 meters with a 6:6. Finishes fifth fastest of the riders so far with a 13:407. On track now, Heat 8 of 14, rider 152, Jim Alvord of the United States of America. Alvord with a good bit of speed coming into the start. New best time at the 100 meters with a 5:818. New best time at the finish, 11:819. First rider under 12 seconds. 11:819. On track now, Heat 9 of 14, Rich Voss of the United States, rider number 185. Aaron Sykin to the back straight. Aaron Sykin to the back straight. You'll be starting soon. Aaron Sykin. Fourth fastest at the 100 meters, 6.257. Finishes fourth fastest of the riders so far with a 12.590. On track now, rider number 169, James Joseph of Guyana. Starts the 200-meter clock. Second fastest at the 100 meters with a 5.894. Finishes second fastest, also under 12 seconds, with an 11.987. 11.987. On track now, heat 11 of 14. And 70 to 74, you can start finding your way to that back straight. Eldon Criswell, Malcolm Johnson, Vion McReynolds. You folks will be coming up soon. On track now, in heat 11, rider number 165, Raymond Gildia of the United States of America. Sixth fastest at the 100 meters with a 6.329. Finishes sixth fastest with a 12.887. On track now, heat 12 of 14, James Thiel of the United States of America. Thiel starts the clock. Fourth fastest at the 100 meters with a 6.077. Finishes fourth fastest so far with a 12.365. 12.365. Juan Ortiz now on the bubble, 12th fastest qualifier with 2 qualifiers yet to come. On track now, heat 13 of 14, rider number 179, Aaron Sykin. Aaron Sykin, the holder of the world's best time in this event set at altitude in 2021. Carrying a good bit of speed into that start. Second fastest at the 100 meters with a 5.85. Finishes with a second fastest time, 11.839, 11.839. Our third rider under 12 seconds. Slotting into second place, Aaron Seiken. On track now, heat 14 of 14 for the men. 65 to 69, Kurt Sato of the United States of America. Starts the clock with a good bit of speed. Best time at the 100 meters, 5.783. Finishes with the second best time behind Albert, also under 12 seconds, an 11.827, a lot of speed. Our qualifiers for the men's 65 to 69 sprint. Let's give a big round of applause to all of those men. Albert, Sato, Seiken, Joseph, Cronshaw, Thiel, Guinevere, Voss, Gildia, Small, Evans, and Pellegrin qualifying for the 1/8 finals. Eldon Criswell on track now for the 70 to 74. Criswell, 9.771 at the 100 meters. Finishes with the time to beat of 16.039, 16.039. On track now, heat 2 of 10. Malcolm Johnson of the United States. Fastest at the 100 meters for this age group with a 7.484. New best time at the finish of 15.184. 15.184 for Malcolm Johnson. On track now, heat 3 of 10, Vion McReynolds. starts the clock with a bit of speed. New best time at the 100 meters, 6:6.58. New best time at the finish, 13:4.03, 13:4.03. On track now, rider number 140 in heat number 4 of 10, Lawrence Zabo of the United States of America. Second fastest at the 100 meters with a 6:7.82. Finishes second fastest of the riders so far with a 13:9.29, 13:9.29. On track now, heat 5 of 10, Colin Claxton of New Zealand. Fourth fastest at the 100 meters, 8:3.75. Finishes with a new best time, 13:0.57, 13:0.57 for Colin Claxton, now at the top of the leaderboard. On track now, heat 6 of 10, Henry Shibata of the United States of America. Shibata starts the clock. Third fastest at the 100 meters with a 7:0.69. Finishes fourth fastest with a 14:3.05. 14:3.05 from Henry Shibata. On track now, heat 7 of 10, Robert Barber of Great Britain. New best time at the 100 meters, 6:6.28. Third fastest at the finish, 13:4.26. 13:4.26. Colin Claxton remains at the top of the leaderboard as we bring up heat number 8 of 10. Mark Rodemaker of the United States, holder of the world's best time for this age group in this event, set at altitude in Aguascalientes, Mexico. Best time at the 100 meters of a 6:5.85. Second fastest at the finish, 13:3.52. 13:3.52. Colin Claxton still at the top of the leaderboard. On track now, heat 9 of 10, Christian Mousselet of France. New best time at the 100 meters, 6:5.53. Second best at the finish, 13:120. And now our final competitor in the 10th and final heat, Marc D'Angleterre of France, on track. Turner, Powell, Nelson, Henry, and Hickson should be on the back straight. New best time at the 100 meters is 6:4.27. Second fastest at the finish, 13:059. That concludes our men's 70 to 74 men's sprint qualifying. Jim Turner getting on track now for the men's 75 plus. Starts the clock. .8639 will be the time to beat at the 100 meters. And an 18.129 at the 200. On track now, heat 2 of 7. Jerry Powell of the United States of America. Once again, these qualifying times will determine the pairings for the quarterfinals to occur later in this morning session. Jerry Powell starts the clock. New best time at the 100 meters for the 75 plus of 8.291. Sets a new best time of 16.872. 16.872 for Jerry Powell of the United States. On track now, William Nelson of Canada. This is heat 3 of 7. Following these heats, we will go to the medal ceremony for the women's team sprint. This is heat 3 of 7 for the men's 75 plus. After heat 7 of 7, we will go to the award ceremony for the women's team sprints. New best time at the 100 meters of 7.955. New best time at the finish, William Nelson, a 16.185. 16.185 for William Nelson. On track now in heat 4 of 7, Earl Henry of Trinidad and Tobago. Good bit of speed. New best time at the 100 meters, 7.536. New best time at the finish by almost a second, 15.236. 15.236 for Earl Henry. On track now, heat 5 of 7, Ronald Hickson of Australia. Hickson with a good bit of speed. Fastest at the 100 meters by more than a half second, 6:9.63. New best time, 13:9.12, 13:9.12 from Ronald Hickson. Coming on track now, heat 6 of 7. Jeff Cook of Great Britain. Nice bit of speed at the start. New best time by more than a half second at the 100 meters with a 6:3.86. Finishes with a new best time by almost a second. First rider under 13 seconds, 12:9.52 from Jeff Cook. On track now, heat 7 of 7. James Kloss of the United States of America. James Kloss starts the clock. Good bit of speed at the start. Second fastest at the 100 meters with a 6.5. Finishes with the second fastest time, 13.256. And that concludes our men's 75+ sprint qualifying. We're going to be going to medal awards here for the women's team sprint. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. And that concludes our award ceremony. We are now moving on to the men's 65 to 69 sprint 1/8 final. This is a single ride to advance to the quarterfinals. The others will advance to a repechage round with a second chance to get back in the tournament later in the program. In Heat 1 of 6, we have Jim Alvord, our top qualifier, against Robert Pellegrin. Those riders should draw for position, come up on track, and we should have Michael Evans and Kurt Sato in the ready area. Looks like Pellegrin has drawn the inside position. He will be obliged to lead the first part of the first lap unless overtaken. Once again, the 1/8 final round in the men's 65-69 sprints. This will be a 3-lap race. Kurt Sato and Michael Evans, you should be on deck. Kurt Sato and Michael Evans, you should be on deck. Looks like Kurt might be there. Pellegrin on the inside with the white and black helmet, Alvord on the outside with the black helmet. So we're starting Heat 1 of 6 in the 1/8 final round of the men's 65 to 69 sprint. This will be a 3-lap race. Robert Pellegrin In front was the 12th fastest qualifier, Jim Alvord in the red on the outside and black helmet was the fastest in the 200-meter time trial. Still 2 laps out. Alvord coming to the front. Keeping the speed up. Bell signifying 1 lap to go. Alvord comes to the front. Hits the 200-meter line first. Good beat of daylight between himself and Pellegrin. As Alvord continues to motor through the final turn, head towards the start-finish line, and it will be Alvord advancing to the quarterfinals, Pellegrin to the repechage round. Steve Small, Cronshaw, and Guinevere, please come to bike check and the ready area. Once again, all riders in the 1/8 final should be in the ready area. Coming on track now, heat 2 of 6 in the men's 1/8 final round for men's 65-69 sprint. Michael Evans of the United States has drawn the inside position. Kurt Sato will be starting from the outside position. Michael Evans with the red helmet. Kurt Sato with the black helmet. Black and white. Evans, our 11th fastest qualifier. Sato, the 2nd fastest qualifier. Both riders representing the South Bay Wheelmen, one of the largest local cycling clubs in California. Two laps to go. Evans in front, Sato behind. Sato comes to the front. A little more than a lap to go. Sato applying just enough pressure to get across, and he will advance to the quarterfinal. Michael Evans will go to the repechage second chance round. As we bring up heat number 3, Aaron Seiken of the United States has drawn the inside position. Steve Small of Great Britain will be starting from the outside position. Seiken in black, Small in white and blue. Seiken, our 3rd fastest qualifier. Our top 3 qualifiers are only separated by 0.02 of a second. Sprinters, please come to the start area with a holder. Thank you. Sprinters, please come to the start area with a holder. Sykin in front, Small behind. Both riders picking up the pace a little bit. They get ready for their bell lap. Sykin hits the 200-meter line first, watching his relative position with respect to Steve Small. And Sykin will advance to the quarterfinals, Small to the repechage. Up next, heat 4 of 6, James Joseph of Guyana. Start from the inside position. Raymond Gildea of the United States will start on the outside. Gildea in the red helmet, Joseph in a white helmet. Heat 6, please come to the ready area. Jean-Pierre Guinevere and James Thiel of the U.S. Jean-Pierre Guinevere and James Thiel, please come to the ready area for your heat. On track now, heat 4 of 6. Joseph, our 4th fastest qualifier from this morning. Like a false start was called. Rider on the inside position, obliged to lead the first part of the first lap at a constant pace. appears we will be proceeding to heat number 5, Rich Voss and Steve Cronshaw. Rich Voss has drawn the inside position. He's representing the United States of America. Steve Cronshaw from Great Britain. Right, looks like we've had an issue with some equipment in Heat 5, so we're going to proceed now to Heat 6. James Thiel and Jean-Pierre Guinibert of France. Once again, James Thiel of the United States and Jean-Pierre Guinibert. Heat 6 is coming onto the track now. Okay, so we've got our riders for Heat 5, so we'll now be proceeding with Heat 5. Rich Voss will be starting from the inside position, Steve Cronshaw of Great Britain from the outside position. So Rich Voss in the black helmet, Cronshaw in the white helmet. Voss in front, Cronshaw behind. 2 laps to go. Voss comes down to the pole lane. He's leading with a lap to go, 200 meters to go. Cronshaw making a move on the back straight. Cronshaw leading with 100 meters to go. And Cronshaw will advance to the quarterfinals, lost to the repechage. Okay, looks like we're ready to re-ride heat number 4. Restart it. Gildea in the red helmet coming up to the line. James Joseph, representing Guyana, coming up to the line. He's drawn the inside position. He has a white helmet on. Gildea comes to the front. Two laps to go. Joseph back at the front. Bell in 1 lap to go. Joseph using his speed to hold Gildea off. He will advance to the quarterfinals. Gildea to the repechage. Coming on track now, heat 6 of 6. Men 70 to 74, you should be in the ready area. Criswell, Mousselet, Rodemaker, Johnson, Reynolds, Shibata, Barber, Zabo. You should be in the ready area. We're going to start things off with heat number 3, Eldon Criswell and Christian Mousselet. Heat 6 of 6 in the men's 65 to 69 sprint on track now. James Steele of the United States has drawn the inside position on the outside. Jean-Pierre Guinibert of France. Men 50 to 54 points race qualifier number 1. Please proceed through bike check and get ready for the ready area once again. Men 50-54 points race qualifying heat number 1. Please proceed through bike check. This is the most closely matched pairing in the 1/8 round, according to qualifying times. So expect a very tactical race. Thiel hits the 200-meter line first. Guinibert with ground to make up. Thiel leading through the final turn and onto the home straight and holds off Guinibert. Thiel will advance to the quarterfinals. Guinibert to the repechage, second chance to get back into the tournament. That concludes our racing for the men 65 to 69 in the 1/8 final round. We're now going to move to the men 70 to 74 and get things started with heat number 3 as Colin Claxon and Mark D'Angleterre, our top 2 qualifiers, get a bye into the quarterfinals. Eldon Criswell and Christian Mousselet will be the first 2 riders deciding who advances to the quarterfinals and who goes to the repechage. And Criswell in front. Yellow and orange. Mousselet in white and blue, our 3rd fastest qualifier. Rainbow bands on his sleeves indicating that Musaleh has been a world champion himself. Coming to the front with a lap to go, Musaleh of France. Musaleh keeping himself in front of Criswell to advance to the quarterfinal. And he has won heat number 3. Christian Musaleh of France, the winner over Eldon Criswell. Coming up next, heat 4 of 6. Mark Rodemaker has drawn the inside position. Malcolm Johnson will start from the outside position. Rodemaker in the black helmet, our 4th fastest qualifier. Rodemaker in blue, Johnson in red. Johnson coming to the front. Rodemaker returns the favor. He comes to the front. A lap and a half to go. Fell in 1 to go for both riders. Rodemaker at the front with a lap to go, with 200 meters to go. With 100 meters to go. And Rodemaker advances to the quarterfinals. Johnson to the repechage. Coming on track now, heat 5 of 6. Men 50 to 54 points race qualifier number 1. You should be through bike check and getting into the ready area. Baumgart, Bush, Dotson, Echewal, Galian, Hickson, Keller, Kelly, Michaels, Miller, Pico, Robles, and Zambrana. Your race, men's 50 to 54 points race qualifier number 1, is coming up next as we have heat 5 of 6 in the 1/8 round of the men's 70-74 sprint on track now. Beyond McReynolds, rider 131, has drawn the inside position. Henry Shibata is drawn the outside position. Reynolds in front, Shibata behind. Bell and 1 to go. McReynolds hits the 200-meter line first. Hits the 100-meter line first. Vion crosses the start-finish line first. He will advance to the quarterfinals. Shibata to the repechage. On track now, heat 6 of 6. Robert Barber has drawn of Great Britain has drawn the inside position. Lawrence Zabo of the United States has drawn the outside position. Barber in yellow. Barber still in front in yellow. Barber still in front of Zabo. These two riders very closely matched on speed. And it's coming right down to the line, and Barber is able to hold off Zabo. He will advance to the quarterfinals. Zabo meet up with Shibata and others in that repechage. Last call to staging for Rudi Galien of France and Robert Bush of the United States. Last call to staging. Your event, 50-54 men's points race qualifier number 1 is coming on track right now. Men in heat number 2, you should be through bike check as well. Andrew Beal, Louis Che, Terrence Chiaffi, Paul Cundy, Michael Dahlin, Brian Haas, Robert Higgins, Theodore Kirkbride, Michael Morrison, Bernat Noguera Mora, David Richter, and Dave Souza. You should be going through bike check, as you will be up next as heat number 1 comes on track now. Men 50-54 points race qualifying heat number 1 on track now. This will be a 10-kilometer, 40-lap, 4-sprint points race. Top 10 riders will qualify out of the what looks like 13 starters. We'll get that official starting number here momentarily. In a points race, placings are determined by points. Points are awarded on intermediate sprints, 5, 3, 2, and 1, except for the final sprint where it's 10, 6, 4, and 2. Riders that lap the field gain 20 points. Riders lap by the field lose 20 points. Riders without points are placed on according to their position in the final sprint. And they're rolling out for their neutral lap. They'll keep the speed up. And we've had a rider with a mechanical issue starting off. They're asking everyone to come off and stop at the rail. Asking riders to stop at the balustrade, the top rail of the track on the home straight. Rolling out for their neutral lap is our 12 starters in the men's 50-54 points race qualifier number 1. And the starting gun has fired. 40 laps, 4 sprints. Carl Baumgart coming to the front with 39 to go. Starts tightening the pace, 25.5 miles an hour. Baumgart, a silver medalist in the 2K pursuit the other day. Field now at 29 miles an hour. .37 laps to go. 3:45 on the attack. Michael Miller of the United States looking for friends. He's found one at 32 miles an hour. 3 riders off the front, Dotson, Keller, and Miller. That's gotten the attention of the field. They're picking things up with 35 to go. Our lead racers still at 32 miles an hour. Any chaser trying to bridge has got to go faster than that. 34 laps to go, but more importantly, 4 laps and 1 kilometer to go for points. Three laps, 750 meters to go for points. Lead group now down below 31 miles an hour. Baumgart bridging up. He's going to set it up for a field sprint 2 laps from now. They are 500 meters outside the points. And Baumgart comes to the front. Baumgart lining it out with Bell and 1 to go. Already got them up almost 34 miles an hour. All the points up the road in the Baumgart group. Baumgart will be able to pick up the big 5 at 34.5 miles an hour. We'll get you all the point totals here momentarily. Carl Baumgart, 5 points. That's rider 317. 329, Keith Dotson. Sorry. Carl Baumgart, 317, picked up 5. Tommy Robles, 354, picked up 3. Alexander Zambrana, rider number 360, picked up 2. And Heath Dotson picked up 1. Got a lead group of 5 now. That will definitely change the dynamics. 27 laps to go. So Baumgart, Dotson, Keller, Robles, Zambrana in the lead group. Ted Michaels in no man's land trying to bridge on up. Field just coming through the start finish. If these 5 riders catch the field, they'll gain 20 points. field the largest group with 6 riders. 25 laps to go. And Michael's still trying to bridge up to that lead group, working by himself. "24 laps, 6 kilometers remaining in the race, 1 kilometer remaining until the second of the 4 sprints. Once again, this is a qualifier. Top 10 in this heat will qualify for the final out of the 12 starters. 23 laps to go. So our lead group has 5 have taken the lap. They've got 20 points in addition to the points they had before. Ted Michaels now lead on the track. We'll see if he can catch. And he does. He catches. The field now has 1 lap to go for points. So the sprint will happen at the front of the field. And 349 and others will be picking up points. That's Alessandro Picco of Italy with the big 5 in the second sprint. Alessandro, so 349 Picco picked up 5 points, 334 Hickson picked up 3 points, 345 Miller picked up 2 points, 332 Galien picked up 1 point, and so Carl Baumgart leads with 25, Robles with 23, Zambrano with 22, Dotson with 21, Keller with 20, Michaels with 20, 7th place is Picco with 5, 8th place is Hickson with 3, 9th place is Miller with 2, Galien on the bubble with 1 point, Echewal and Kelly without points with 17 laps to go. Top 10 of our 12 starters to qualify for the final. Right now, the top 10 all have points and 2 riders do not. 16 laps to go, 4 kilometers remaining in the race, about a metric mile until the next set of points. So sometimes interesting dynamics in these qualifying points races. The objective is not to win, it's just to be safely within the top 10. So riders that pick up points early, sometimes will just ride safe for the remainder of the race, whereas other riders will become more desperate as time goes by. 3 laps, 750 meters to go. 337 at the head of affairs. Richard Keller of Canada with 20 points to his name. Part of that group of 5 that took points early on. 3 kilometers remaining in the race, 500 meters to go for points. 12 laps showing on the cards. I believe that's Kelly of Australia, one of the gentlemen without points. Nope, that's Hickson of Australia at the front. Hickson of Australia looking to pick up more points at 35 miles an hour. He picks up the big 5. And we've got a breakaway attempt with 9 to go. 3:45. So it was 3:34 Hickson with 5, 3:49 Pico with 3, 3:54 Robles with 2, and 3:45 Miller with 1. So still our top 10 riders all have points. 2 riders tied for 11th and not qualified yet. Echual and Kelly have 0 points. So unless they pick up points in the final sprint, it will be relative position of those 2 in the final sprint. Actually, it won't. They won't qualify. Sorry, you need points at this point. 6 laps to go, 6 laps to go. Miller with about a half lap. Dodson in no man's land between him and the field. Miller currently 9th overall. Picks up a big 10 points in that final sprint. That'll make things much safer for him. 4 laps, 1 kilometer to go. Three laps to go. About 3/4 of a lap up on the field. He'll come around, see 2 to go. Last call to bike check, David Souza. Your heat is up next. Last call to bike check, David Souza. Miller gets the bell. So Miller will qualify. 3:49 picks up point, 3:30. Okay, we'll get the 10, 6, 4, and 2. It is Miller, Pickle. Echual picked up 4. The last minute, James Kelly picked up the 2, and so your top 10 qualifiers are Baumgart, Robles, Zambrana, Dotson, Keller, Michaels, Pico, Miller, Hickson, and Echual. Kelly and Galien do not qualify with points. They had points, 2 and 1, but they do not qualify, finishing 11th and 12th in that points race. So once again, your top 10, Robles, Baumgart, Zambrana, Dodson, Michaels, Keller, Pico, Miller, Hickson, and Echual. Let's have a big round of applause for our men 50-54 in that points race qualifying heat number 1. This is the Masters Men 50 to 54 points race qualifier number 2. Once again, the top 10 riders to qualify. 11 starters. As we saw last time, it took more than 2 points to qualify in the top 10. And starter has blown the whistle for the neutral lap. They'll be rolling out together. Come around handsomely bunched. Starter will fire the pistol, signify the start of racing. Once again, this is a 10-kilometer, 40-lap points race. There'll be 4 sprints. First 3 will be awarding points, 5, 3, 2, and 1. The last one, 10, 6, 4, and 2. Riders that lap the field gain 20 points. Riders lap by the field lose 20 points. And they're racing. "39 laps to go. "38 laps to go. Just rolling around at 27 miles an hour. Things definitely will speed up as we approach the first sprint, 7 laps from now. Nine kilometers remaining in the race, metric mile until the first sprint. As 3:52. David Richter crosses the line. Richter, one of the racers in last night's scratch race. Quite the race it was. 34 laps to go. We've got 1 kilometer to go until the first of 4 sprints. Still no concerted sprint. Calm before the storm. 33 laps to go. "32 laps to go. 8 kilometers remaining. 500 meters to go for points. Now they're turning the cranks in anger. Bell and 1 to go. believe that's Beal, 3:18. Yep, Andrew Beal picking up the big 5 at 35 miles an hour. He's got a breakaway group of 5 now. They've rolled off the front, all the points and then some, off the front of the field with 29 to go. Got about a quarter lap and more on the field. So 3:18 Beal leads with 5 points. 3:46 Morrison, second place with 3. 3:23 Chiaffi with 2. And 3:47 Noguera Mora with 1. In that breakaway group, we've got Beal, Chiaffi, Dahlin, Morrison, and Noguera. David Richter trying to bridge, and he has. So lead group of 6, 3 trying to bridge, and 2 off the back with 27 to go. Again, top 10 of the 11 starters to qualify. 26 laps to go. Here comes the field, 25 laps to go. .33 now off the front. 6 kilometers remaining in the race and 1K to go for the points at the halfway point. Brian Haas, 3:33 off the front of the field as he approaches the 2 off the back. 22 laps to go. Beal chasing Haas as we have 2 riders about to go down a lap. They'll lose 20 points. There's the bell for the second sprint. Beal has joined Haas off the front. .20 laps to go, and Beal picks up 5, Haas 3, Richter 2. And Kirkbride 1. So Beal currently leads the points race with 10 points at the halfway point. That's rider 3:18. Brian Haas, 3:33, is tied for second with Michael Morrison, also with 3. Terrence Chiaffi, David Richter are tied with 2 points apiece. Noguera Mora has 1 point. We have 3 riders with 0 points, and 1 rider down 19 points, and 1 down 20 points with 2 sprints to go. Richter off the front, rider 3:52. Richter about a third of a lap up on the field. 15 laps to go. Richter with about a half lap up on the field. $13 laps to go. 750 meters to go for points. So Theodore Kirkbride currently sitting in 10th place with a 1-point margin over Paul Cundy. If Cundy picks up any points in the next 2 sprints, that could push Kirkbride off the bubble. There goes the field, they've got 1 to go. Richter picks up 5. Three goes to 326. Michael Dahlin. And so it was 352 Richter with 5, 326 Dahlin with 3, 323 Chiaffi with 2, and 346 Morrison with 1. Men 65 to 69, repechage. Please come to bike check and the ready area. Men 65 to 69 in the repechage heats. And we are down to 10 racers, as we've had 1 rider withdraw. 6 laps to go, so all the men still on the track will qualify. Richter has gained a lap. 20 points, your leaders on the track now. Higgins and Morrison on the back straight. Chiaffi looking to bridge. 4 laps to go, 1 kilometer. Three laps to go. Here come your 2 leaders off the front. They are the leaders on the track, not the leaders on points. Here comes the field, led by Beal, who's one of the top 2 on points. Bellin 1 to go for Higgins and Morrison. Chiaffi, and only 1 more point to come from the field, but there's only 10 racers still on the track, so they've all qualified. And 346 picks up the Big 10, leaving nothing to chance. That was Michael Morrison. And 326 picked up the final 2 points in that last sprint. Your 10 qualifiers: Richter, Morrison, Beal, Chiaffi, Higgins, Dahlin, Haas, Noguera Mora, Che, and Kirkbride. Those are your top 10 qualifiers coming out of heat number 2. We now go to the repechage round for the men 70 to 74. In Heat 1, Malcolm Johnson will be racing Lawrence Szabo for the right to rejoin the sprint tournament, and Eldon Criswell will be racing Henry Shibata once again to re-enter the sprint tournament. I'm sorry, we're going to start with the 65 to 69 men. I got off an event there. Heat 1 is going to be Jean-Pierre Guinibert, Robert Pellegrin, and Raymond Gildia. Heat 2, Michael Evans, Steve Small, and Rich Voss. Once again, trying to vie to get back into the men's 65 to 69 men's sprint tournament. So this is the 1/8 repechage round. Looks like Guinibert will start from the inside position, Pellegrin in the middle, Gildia from the outside. Men 70-74, your repechage heats coming up after these two heats for the men 65 to 69. So Jean-Pierre Guinibert on the inside in white, Pellegrin in the black and orange in the middle, and Gildia in the red, white, and blue on the outside with the red helmet. Winner of this 3-lap, 3-up match sprint will rejoin the tournament. Others will be ranked by their qualification times. Gildia has come to the front, 2 to go. Pellegrin now at the front with a lap and a half to go. Pellegrin in charge of the pole, Guinibert coming to the front. Guinibert hits the 200-meter line first. Gildia trying to make a run with a lot of ground to make up as Guinibert comes down the home straight and advances to the quarterfinals. Jean-Pierre Guinevere of France rejoins the sprint tournament through the repechage round. Coming up next, heat 2 of 2 for the men 65 to 69. We should have Lawrence Szabo and Malcolm Johnson on deck, ready for the next heat. That'll be the first of 2 heats in the men 70 to 74. But first, we're going to have heat 2 of 2 in the repechage round. Rich Voss will be starting from the inside position. Michael Evans will be in the middle position. Steve Small of Great Britain will start from the outside. Voss will start from the inside position. So Voss in the red, white, and blue, Evans in white, and Small in blue and white, the blue and black helmet. And Evans comes to the front. Voss and Small behind. Steve Small now at the front.
Michael, go!
Picking up speed and height. Go! Opening distance on Michael Evans. 2 laps to go. Steve Small going long. Evans towing Voss, Bell and 1 to go. Small still with a large advantage. Small rejoins the tournament. As we now go to heat 1 of 2 in the men's 70 to 74 repechage. In heat 1 of 2, starting from the inside position, Lawrence Szabo of the United States, and on the outside, Malcolm Johnson of the United States. Johnson in red and black, Szabo in blue and white. Winner of this ride rejoins the sprint tournament. Zabo in front, Johnson outside. Zabo hits the 200-meter line first. It's the 100-meter line first. And wins the heat going back into the sprint tournament. Up next, heat 2 of 2 in the men's 70-74 sprint 1/8 final repechage. Henry Shibata will start from the inside position. Eldon Criswell from the outside position. Eldon appears to be Sans Holder. And 65-69 quarterfinalists, your ride number 1 coming up. Shibata in front, Criswell behind. Shibata in front, Criswell behind.
Go, Henry!
And 65-69 quarterfinalists, you need to be through bike check. Your event's going to be right up as we've hit the 10-minute mark for you.
Let's go, Henry!
And Shibata wins the rep round. He will rejoin the sprint tournament. So in Heat 1 of 4 in the quarterfinals, it'll be Jim Alvord and Steve Small. Then Jean-Pierre Guinibert in from the rep round up against Kurt Sato. Then Aaron Sykin against James Steele and Steve Cronshaw against James Joseph. Steve Small in blue and white from Great Britain has drawn the inside position. Alvord, our top qualifier, starting from the outside position in the red kit of Sprinter's Edge. Side by side, 2 laps to go. Alvord comes to the front. Uses his speed to open a gap on Small. Hits the 200-meter line first, continues to open that gap. Alvord racing around. Alvord takes the first ride. In Heat 2, Kurt Sato of the United States will start from the inside position, Jean-Pierre Guinibert of France from the outside position. Guinibert back to us via the repechage round. Sato, the second fastest qualifier.
Go, Kurt. Go, Kurt.
Guinibert starting to run at Sato. Sato on the inside. Guinibert's going to have the longer way to come around. Sato taps the accelerator and crosses the line first to take the first ride. In Heat 3, Aaron Seiken, our third fastest qualifier, has drawn the inside position. James Teal came up through the 1/8 round. Seiken in black, Teal in the striped skin suit. Seiken in front of Thiel, 2 laps to go. Thiel trying to make a move on the outside. Seiken's best of 3 series race for the minor final 5 through 8. Henry Shibata, please come to the ready area. Henry Shibata, please come to the ready area. On track now, heat 4 of 4 in the men's 65 to 69. Sorry, heat 4 of, heat 4 of 4 is quarterfinals. James Joseph will be starting from the inside position. Steve Cronshaw of Great Britain will be starting from the outside. Joseph, our 4th fastest qualifier. Joseph looking to get Cronshaw to come to the front. Appears to have worked. Cronshaw looking for the jump. Joseph coming up alongside. And Joseph crosses the line first. And our top qualifier, Claxton, is being brought up to the line. He'll be starting from the outside position. Henry Shibata, who came back to us via the repechage round, starting from the So I've been notified that in our last heat there has been a relegation to James Joseph, 169, for entering the sprinter's lane while it was already occupied. Cronshaw gets the victory in ride 1. and Claxton comes to the front. Telling one to go with Claxton. Up on Shibata, and Shibata now catching up to Claxton. Claxton with just enough speed to take ride number one. In heat 2 of 4, Lawrence Zavo in the blue and white of Performance Cycle Coaching will be starting from the inside position. He has a black helmet. Marc d'Angleterre of France will be starting from the outside with a white helmet. D'Angleterre, our second fastest qualifier in this age group.
All right, build it, Larry. Pull him off the rail. Build, build, build.
D'Angleterre comes to the front. Keeps the gap with a lap to go. Hits 200-meter line first. Continues to check progress, and he will take the first ride. Coming up next, heat 3 of 4, Robert Barber of Great Britain will be starting from the inside position. Christian Mousselet of France will be starting from the outside position. Barber in yellow with a black helmet, Mousselet with a white helmet. Now Mousselet comes to the front. Now Barber comes to the front. Got a little bit of a gap on Mousselet. Mousselet, the third fastest qualifier. Barber hits the 200-meter line first. Mousselet draws even before the 100 meters. And Mousselet takes the first ride. Coming up next, heat 4 of 4 in the men's 70 to 74. We should have heat 1. Actually, sorry, we should have heat 2 of the men's 75 plus quarterfinals on deck. Jim Turner, Jim Kloss, and we'll have Jerry Powell, Ronald Hickson, Earl Henry, and William Nelson. And a warning has been issued to rider number 122 Barber for coming out of the sprinters lane. A warning issued to rider number 122 for coming out of the sprinters lane. For not holding his line during the sprint. So Beyond McReynolds, rider 131 in the white helmet, drawn the inside position, obliged to lead that first part of that first lap. Mark Rodemaker in the black helmet, our fourth fastest qualifier, starting from the outside position. Beyond with 2 to go. Bell and 1 to go. Beyond McReynolds still in the front. Hits the 200-meter line first. Rodemaker trying to draw even. 100 meters to go. Coming out of the home straight, and Rodemaker crosses the line first. And we'll take ride number 1. Coming up next, heat 2 of 4 in the men's 75 plus quarterfinals. Jim Turner has drawn the inside position. Jim Kloss, our second fastest qualifier, will be starting from the outside position. Turner in green with the white helmet, Kloss in blue with the red helmet. 2 laps to go. Kloss pulling up alongside Turner as they come up to the 200-meter line. Turner hits it first. Kloss coming over the top on the back straight, heading into the final turn. Jim Kloss taking the first ride in this best of 3 series. Up next, heat 3 of 4 in the men's 75 plus men's sprint quarterfinal. Jerry Powell has drawn the inside position. Ronald Hickson of Australia, our 3rd fastest qualifier, will be starting from the outside position. Winners of these heats advance to the semifinals. The other will be racing for the minor finals, 5th through 8th place. Hickson on the outside in purple, Powell on the inside in red. Hickson in purple, our 3rd fastest qualifier. And Hickson has come to the front with Bell and 1 to go. And Hickson will take ride number 1. Coming on track now, heat 4 of 4 in the men's 75 plus sprint quarterfinal ride number 1. Earl Henry of Trinidad and Tobago will be starting from the inside position. William Nelson of Canada starting from the outside position. .180 Steve Small, please come to the ready area. .180 Steve Small, please come to the ready area. Thank you. Earl Henry in the red of Trinidad and Tobago. Starting from the inside position, William Nelson of Canada. Earl Henry, our fourth fastest qualifier in 200-meter flying time trial. Fell and one to go as Nelson comes alongside, but now Henry out of the saddle, hits the 200-meter line first. And Earl Henry takes the first ride. That concludes ride one for the men's 75 plus. We now go to ride number two in the quarterfinal round of the men's 65 to 69 sprint. So in ride number two, Jim Alvord will be starting from the inside position. Steve Small, Great Britain, will start from the outside position. Alvord won the first ride. Small needs to win this one to send it to a decider. The winner in this best of three series advances to the semifinals. Others go to the minor finals. 5 through 8. Gun is fired. Small in front, Albert behind. Albert pulling up alongside. Picking up speed, coming into the bell lap, comes to the front. And Albert takes it in 2. He will go to the semifinal. Small to the minor final for 5 through 8. Up next, ride 2 of heat 2 in the quarterfinal round of the men's 65 to 69 sprint. In this ride, Jean-Pierre Guinebert of France will start from the inside position. So Guinebert of France in front of Sato of the USA. And with Fallon one to go, Guinebert in the sprinter's lane. Hits the 200-meter line first. Sato starting to make up ground. Sato, our second fastest qualifier, coming a long way around. Comes to the front, and he will advance to the semifinals by taking it in 2 rides. On track now, ride 2 of heat 3.
That's fine. Right.
As we get a wheel change between Aaron Sykin and James Teal. Teal will start from the inside position, Sykin from the outside position.
To watch it come.
Sykin in black behind was our third fastest qualifier this morning. He won the first ride. If he wins this one, he'll advance to the semifinals. Teal wins, he sends it to a third deciding ride in this best of 3 series. Sykin comes to the front, hits the 200-meter line first. Teal trying to make a run up. Got to have the longer way around. Sykin with the inside shorter line and is able to hold off Teal for a second time, taking it in 2. Teal will join Guinea Bear and Small in the minor final. Coming up next, ride number 2 in heat number 4 of the quarterfinal round of the sprints for men, 65 to 69. Steve Cronshaw will start from the inside position. Cronshaw looking to take it long. Brings him up track. Then back down. 2 laps to go. And Joseph comes to the front, has the gap with a bell to go, checks over his shoulder to decide when it's really time to go. And Cronshaw gets underneath. Nicely done, comes into the turn. And Cronshaw takes it in 2. Some exciting racing from both of these gentlemen. Give both of them a big round of applause. James Joseph of Guyana and Steve Cronshaw of Great Britain. All right, we now move on to ride number 2 in the quarterfinal round for men 70 to 74. In heat number 1, Colin Claxton will start from the inside position. Henry Shibata, the outside position. This is ride 2 in their best of 3 series. Claxton with a bit of daylight between himself and Shibata. Bell and 1 to go.
Okay, well, you don't have to do that. You can, oh, because you have to put all your stuff in there.
And Claxton takes it in 2. Coming up next, ride 2 of heat 2 between Marc D'Angleterre of France and Laurent Szabo of the United States. D'Angleterre will start from the inside position.
Okay, is that where it was? Okay, there was some other check. Yeah, me too. Good.
D'Angleterre of France in the light blue, white helmet in front. Szabo in dark blue, black helmet behind. D'Angleterre, the second fastest qualifier in this age group. D'Angleterre won the first ride. Bell and 1 to go. D'Angleterre using his speed to hold off Zabo, takes it in 2. Coming up next, ride number 2 and heat number 3 of the quarterfinal round for the men 70 to 74. Starting from the inside, Christian Mousselet of France, Robert Barber in yellow with black helmet. We'll be starting from the outside position. Soleil in front, Barber behind, lap and a half to go. Barber comes to the inside and the front. Bell rings. Soleil will have to use his speed to come around. He was the third fastest qualifier this morning. Draws up even as they hit the 100-meter line, but he has a longer way to come around. Can Barber hold him off as they come down the home straight? It's Barber and Mousselet. It's Mousselet across the line. He takes it in 2. Good racing from both of these gentlemen. Why don't you give them a round of applause? Robert Barber and Christian Mousselet. Coming up next, ride 2 of heat 4 in the quarterfinal round of the sprints for men 70 to 74 between Mark Rodemaker and Vion McReynolds. Rodemaker will be starting from the inside position this time. Comes to the inside and the front. Going to take things long. Rodemaker wants it. He's going to have to work for it. Lap to go. McReynolds hits that 200-meter line first. Rodemaker dosing his effort. McReynolds in front. Coming down to the line, and Rodemaker takes it in 2. Coming up next, ride 2 of heat 2 in the quarterfinal round of the sprints for men 75 plus. Jim Kloss will start from the inside, Jim Turner from the outside. One thing for sure in this heat, a Jim will win. Not funny. And ride 2 of heat 2's on track. Jim Kloss and Jim Turner. Jim Kloss, our second fastest qualifier. Telling 1 to go. And Jim Kloss crosses the line first. Takes it in 2. Turner to the minor final. Coming up next, heat 3 of 4. Ronald Hickson will start, of Australia, will start from the inside position. Jerry Powell of the United States, the outside position. Hickson in front in purple, our third fastest qualifier this morning, won the last ride. The first ride in this best of 3 series. Ellen 1 to go. Hickson ahead at the 250 to 200. 100 to go. Hickson still in the lead. And Hickson will take it in 2. Coming up next, ride 2 in heat 4 of the quarterfinal round of men's 75 sprint. William Nelson of Canada will start from the inside position. Earl Henry of Trinidad and Tobago will start in the outside position. And Henry comes to the front. He won the last ride from the front. Might want to repeat that again. Ellen 1 to go. Earl Henry at the front. And Earl Henry takes it in 2. That concludes our racing. Okay, so once again, that concludes the racing for the session. That closes out session number 1. Session number 2 will start with track warm-up at 3:30, and racing will start at 5 o'clock with sprint semifinal rides for men 65, 69, 70, 74, 75. Plus, we also have team pursuits and points races this evening, so please be sure to join us again as our YouTube starts at 5 o'clock this evening. Session 2 of day 5 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships, coming to you from Los Angeles. We'll see you then.